Here we are. Bit late today. Took a while to get going, my friends. I've been sick all this week. Thank God, by the Lord's grace, it came good. Though still hanging around a little, but last night it broke. And we knew I'd contemplated whether we were to do this today. And of course, naturally, the sickness broke. So, the night before, thank God. And so today we're talking about kenosis. We're talking about a new ground, a new earth on which to stand. Isn't that what we're lacking, my friends? This earth on which to stand, this solid ground to rest safe on. Not fortunate, nor misfortune. Not a beggar, nor someone wealthy. Outside of that pole of fortune and misfortune altogether is this new ground, this new beginning, this new place from which we take our stand. And thank God. Thank God. This new place from which we take our stand is the opposite. Thank God. It is the opposite. It is the answer to what the serpent offered in the fall. He offered a freedom. You will be as gods without God. You will be free, self-willed gods without God. You will be rich. You will be rich on his alternative. Although the first wine, it's such a lie, and he tells a kind of truth. It's such a lie in that those original forces are only allowed. He knows this. For the one thing that he can't do. St. Paisios once talked about that he prayed for the demons and that the God sent a dog right up to his face and to snicker at him. Allowed a demon to. And the Lord said to him that all they have to do is ask for my mercy. That's what they can't do. They're not capable of doing that. And you can see in that, like the devil truly hates us. And this is all about forcing God to, in a sense, come around and grant the mercy without him asking for it. To admit, as if to prove God wrong. About us and about everything. Of course, he's got the ultimate faith in his children, right? That'll never happen. But yes, a very interesting thing from St. Paisios, beloved and eternal memory. But this alternate offering, you will be as gods without God. That accepting of that offer, freedom is now restored from God. You can be as God in God. The alternative is theosis, the true freedom, is offered in the Beatitudes. But you have to become, we have to undergo a self-emptying kenosis. And a beginning to that can be, a very first step can be seeing what nature's like. Only a very first step though, because it's still the natural world. But it can be, and a lot of secular people try to spend all their time in nature, right? But they're only just touching the very surface of what could be. Out of complete demonism into a little bit of poverty, a little bit of kind, but still they're seeking. And I apologize, the camera might be a bit zoomed in today because the wide angle lenses got shattered and has this fog inside it. But anyway, kenosis. And so we're rich in everything from this first fall, first beginning, which the perennialists seek to go back to. And what that seeks to go back to is simply a luciferic spiritual impulse that its natural pathway is crystallization and death. That's why we see slop in the secular world, death in the secular world. In the last hurrah of AI for a downward decline, Spengler, Oswald Spengler, the master of the surface, you could call him, gathered a rigorous scientific case to show that the decline of art, the decline of the West, as civilizational organisms, as technical organisms in a way. Rudolf Steiner, master of the depths, you could call him, likewise showed, yes, the same spiritual impulse from Lucifer to Satan, from original fall impulse to a crystallized legalism, technical structure, and then a proper, propositions and spells doing it for you, right? But Steiner clearly showed that there is when you don't look at it from the surface phenomena, because Spengler looked at matters from only the symptom. He didn't find the cause because he didn't have access to spiritual faculties. He only used historicism. Steiner, on the other hand, and it cannot be denied, there's a reason why, whether conscious or not, these figures are just not, Steiner is never mentioned. Seraphim Rose doesn't mention Steiner. Evola doesn't mention Steiner. Why? Because he is an authentic initiate. Well, I don't know if with regards to Seraphim Rose, I just think he mustn't have come across him, but in terms of Evola, because he's not an authentic initiate. He wasn't able to find grace in the passive active. Now my voice might go today too. And so this is all turned around when you recognize and you embrace the kenosis, the self-emptying that must happen of this first beginning, perennialism, all that stuff has been thrown out the window. Yeah, you can have it as a study, that's fine. But you have to go through and before the first beginning to where we fell from. Before the beginning and after the end. And so the answer to what the serpent promised is you will be as God in God, freed from the slavery. What will you have? You'll have a footing, a steady footing. Think about your life and the to and fro, the sways of tragedy and fortune and misfortune, need and woe and desire. There's a third footing. There's not either one of the haves or have-nots, or the winners and the losers. There's a third footing where you're emptied of both temporal sorrow and joy and are granted eternal. Because in that paradigm, they're values of the first beginning, of false gods that persist to this day, not merely impulses, but truly false gods that people worship. We are pagans in secular life, pagans. Many Christians also worship pagan gods and call themselves Christian. And the sad part about this is it wouldn't take much for the Lord to be disclosed to them as a fact of experience, and for simple reforms to be made by merely following divine will. But of course, the egregores, the beings created by both man and tempted by the devil, are very nefarious, complex, dangerous, everywhere. And that's the most cunning aspect, is this collaboration. And we do the most damage ourselves. Creating these demonic creatures. Where are we? We might have to walk on the streets for a while, I think the park might end. And so, okay, I see. And so, oh wait, hang on, that should just turn around. It should go this way. My apologies. Thought we'd got stitched up there. We're all good. Here we are. And so, we're rich. In the West especially, we've been made rich of this low being that's still continued after paganism. Everywhere. It's a world organism now. And so just on the back of what Steiner says about Spengler, he's well articulates Spengler's argument, and where his evidence comes from complements his rigor for that surface scientific mode, but then offers demonstration with the mystery of Golgotha of what the whole meaning of it is. The whole meaning of it shows that essential impulses change everything, and shows that that decline is true of the West. That decline is true if you continue on allowing yourself to be a mere symptom of just allowing yourself to be part of an automatic process of development. Do you want to be a crew member on the ship, or do you want to be a member? Sorry, do you want to be as a passenger or a member of the crew? If you have noticed deep need, deep guilt, deep necessity, something won't let you accept, it doesn't, that thesis is true, Well, I can tell you, you can find the essence of things and have the answer to that. As a fact of experience, an unquestionable fact higher than the certainties of eyewitness and the certainties of rationality and deduction, you can have demonstrated to you through your moral effort and development. It's something that doesn't allow you to exploit it or him. You have to come with humility, which is why no one does it. You know, there's no humility. Well, on the right wing anyway, there's no humility there. People want to come up with a solution themselves. No, you need to be like Mary. Let it be with me according to your word and will. Recognize your incapability, your need. There's things required. Firstly, your guilt is a huge requirement, fundamentally, that you're a sinner. And how many people are unwilling to do that? I remember myself even feeling slightly uncomfortable saying the Jesus prayer with the sinner part at the end. Let it happen fast, my friends. The recognition that you are. Even when you think you're improving, it's not you that's doing the improving. So this is all this. This is Chipping Norton, by the way. That is a very beautiful place that Jeremy Clarkson lives in the UK, but it's also named and less nice place. But the riverside is beautiful. Here in Liverpool, close to Liverpool in Sydney. Anyway, that's where we are. God's everywhere though, right? It doesn't matter that it doesn't always need to be the most beautiful place or the most high trust place. And so we have to, if you want to overcome, there has to be this recognition to what you're living in. You have to slowly realize through being educated what is and isn't slop. Before AI, it was all slop as well. Slop. With the AI, compare the AI now with the former content and then recognize that was all slop too. They might as well have been AI. The studios, all these actors, degenerate. Beings obedient to forces, parties obedient to Luciferic and Satanic hierarchies, beings of the hierarchies of the left, as in, I don't mean the left wing, I mean hierarchies of the left in terms of demons. Present ideas and programs, policies and programs. Just my ideas. I'm a thought leader. No. Most likely, you're a puppet of a Luciferic or Satanic being. Unless, just think how powerful the pagan magics were before Christ came. If you don't embrace Christ, the living God, you are at the whims of that will magic, witchcraft. You see it in operation. Look how many people are mutilating themselves with surgeries. This is what we're talking about. This is not a Warhammer 40,000 phenomena. It's a real happening. But those things are actually trifles when you're with the Master. They are, yes, don't get me wrong, they're terrible things. And people have done terrible things to themselves through them. And to others. But with the Master, if you're praying for your children, raising them, orthodox, raising them, those things are blown away. Those old magics, those old old yet new egregores, distributed entities online you see on Twitter. They're symptoms, surface symptoms. If you can develop the faculties granted by grace, well, then you can see where and what, as Steiner could, as the saints can, what the impulse is, where it's coming from. It's not a policy, it's not a conservative or a liberal, it's a Luciferic hierarchical being or a satanic hierarchical being. Land Dugan, Luciferic hierarchical being, satanic hierarchical being. Well, flip those around. Not them themselves. And so your only saving grace is He who is. And it doesn't take much of your... It does. We do have to give everything up. But it's for a better life. You don't necessarily have to give every element of your capital to someone, but you have to release completely your hold over it. It's hold over you. That's why the Lord says that it's easier for a poor man than a rich man to enter or the rich man can't enter the kingdom of heaven, because it has a hold over him. His desires, it's a God for him, it's a magic carpet. And so it's very difficult to have that released, avarice. It's not impossible though. There are things you could do. Because you have to get into the mode that the Lord provides for you. Very difficult if you constantly rely on this thing to provide for you, this capital. Because you aren't subjected to the fundamental necessity to recognize you're fundamentally in need and then surrender to the living God. By simply giving up faith in money. Your surrender, part of your self-emptying is to experience to be in need of all these things, in need and to surrender. And so that can be very difficult for a rich man. That's why often he'll have to just get rid of it all, to experience the need. Or most of it, you know what I mean? So he has the kind of income of a normal person. And so, where are we, eh? So my voice might go during this, but we'll see if it holds up. Doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too close to me without the wide angle attachment. And so, emptying. They are rich, we are rich in the first half of our lives, and most people, we're rich. And we never essentially trump all these people, most people, they never leave the age of 26. They never get to the age of 33 like the master, right? Spiritually, they stay 26 and they're in this juvenile mode the rest of their lives. That's 99.9% of people. And so, or how do you not get stuck there? You become poor. You have to become poor in this fortune and misfortune, in the valuations of goods and bads, antipathies and sympathies of the first beginning, of everything that's happened since the fall. What's valid? This is what Paul means when the master, when he talks about this world. That's what it means. Christ is a new transformative, because he is the living God, being that incarnated to transform the good itself and the cosmos itself to the cosmos of love. Because that's what he is and what we are at our essence. So we're cut off from, since the fall, our essential ground, yet still it is, in a removed way, us. And our original life forces are provided. This gift of freedom, the master doesn't take it back. All about us coming back willingly. That's why he doesn't just show himself to you, because he's not a tyrant like Satan is. And so, let's have a look where we are. Okay, we're almost back to beautiful riverside footpaths, so just a little bit further. It is nice to see another part of the, these are just regular Aussie homes here, in the western suburbs of Sydney. It's still probably worth a lot of money these days, but it's not a nice suburb. This is just western suburbs are not considered a particular, I don't know what an equivalent is. I'm not sure what an equivalent is. It's working class. It's a working class suburb, basically. Although I'm probably more even immigrant now, rather than, it's more immigrant than working class. But anyway, what were we saying? Kenosis. And so your sympathies and antipathies, people don't recognize. They all have to be overcome. Even if you're raised in a Christian family, you have to go through almost another birth. So yes, there's baptism, but then you have to go through this other birth in doing hesychistic practice. To become poor in spirit. Because 95% of Christians are infected by the secularism, by the values of the society they live in. It's everywhere. It's only the master, if you're giving him a sufficient amount of your time every day, as he says, can you not watch with me for an hour? What are you doing when you watch something? Watching is, you're concentrating, aren't you? Watch, attend, concentration without effort in prayer for an hour. How many of you do that? They might pray, but you have to do the watching part, concentration. What else would watching mean? Watch with me. Watching is not listening. It's watching. It's to do with your vision. What you can see, not necessarily, and that doesn't mean with the senses, does it? It's a second sight eventually. Eventually. As he says to the blind man he heals, you've seen me and seen me. And so, Chipping Norton, many English names here, Swindon Place, Liverpool Council. Yeah, not a great, not so much a great city here, or not such a nice city here either. But it's nice, a lovely lakeside place all the same. And so, kenosis. This richness that the serpent promised us is something we've all been involved with. Because it's tied up with the will to power. It's the fallen aspect of nature. I don't think most Christians or people recognize just how tied up we are with Satan and Lucifer. They're right there on our left and right shoulder. So it requires daily purification from even these tiny little sins that we do in a split second, again and again and again. This is why it's so foolish not to realize that you're a sinner, why you're just so kept away from God by a primordial guilt and a primordial fear you don't even know, because they're deep in the unconscious. And so they have to be, in a sense, exhumed through this concentration without effort in prayer, this watchfulness in Jesus' prayer. And so if you want to overcome the slop, you have to recognize the slop within, the secular value structure in you. And we all have it. Even for me, with the grace and the mercy of the Master, thank God, little by little, this Easter I was able to, I would still, little by little, the Master would help me just not watch this or that person. And the one thing I wanted to do was I actually would like to not watch any YouTube at all, even if it's Christian content at night. And so that was one thing we fasted of over Easter with the Master. But the strength is provided by the Master. And as St. Palamas says, he says that with concentration, without effort in prayer, in the Jesus prayer, it might seem difficult to begin with, keeping up your hour. You might start at 15 minutes, work your way up to 30 minutes, then to an hour. It might seem difficult to begin with. But over time, it becomes easy because the Lord grants you an angelic faculty to concentrate. If you can just endure to the end, keep rejecting the demons that try to stop you doing the practices. Here we are, nice riverside. If you can endure, and you have to endure the boredom, until the Master begins granting his death, his powers of death to you. He kills, what the Master does in this, you have to recognize there's always something going on. This self-emptying, he activates in you, thank God. He bloodlets you of the values of secularism, the values of, in your unconscious, through your concentration, you participate in him and his forces of death. So when you're doing it, recognize things are happening in the unconscious. Read and read and read the saints, read Valentin Tomberg again and again to keep up the impulses and to help you with the faith that while you're doing the practice over the months, every day, the demons are going to try stop you from doing it. So recognize how weak you are. Keep listening to Valentin on audiobook again and again and again. The saints, the Philokalia, go to the Discord that I have there. Join the fellowship at scottmannion.com/fellowship. There's a free option. Listen to them again and again, and they will grant you, and pray, and they grant you their impulses to continue. Without that, you have trouble. You need to keep listening to them because the needs that you're going through, Tomberg will tell you about this in his books. Dark Night of the Soul, St. John of the Cross, it's part of it, right? The experiencing need, guilt, primordial care. The word care means a kind of distraughtness, sort of like a harrowingness of uncertainty, because you're investing this time and you're investing all this time. And the demons, get off me, you little bastard. And the demons will try make you worry when it's everything the saints have always said you need to do. Well, I can't do this. All this stuff, they'll try anything. And it'll be in your thinking voice, in all this force of the first beginning, all this force of all these value structures which are beings in your unconscious from your first half of life, from secularism. Thought is a mere vocalizing of the spiritual beings. Most people are vocalizations of spiritual beings. We're big individuals in this day and age. A lot of people are becoming. And so our goal must be And I've seen podcasts calling themselves chaining egregores or something. You're not chaining anything unless you become essential. Unless you become an essentialist. Because Christ is the only being, the living God, that can free you from that. He might not be cool, good, but he's the deity. And thank God, you're lucky he is, because he loves you still. You know? But we have to go through this, and the only person that can grant us these forces, oh, we're tired, we get tired, I get it. Thank God though, his yoke is easy. St. Paisios talks about that, is that the temptations and demons would tell him, oh, you can do more prostrations, and before he was more experienced, he didn't recognize it. And so he's doing more, he's like, I'm exhausted, I can't do any more, I wish my legs were broken, so I'd have a justification for not doing any. And then later on, of course, he recognizes it's the demons. They try to get you to do, the master is not a tyrant at all. He's not a tyrant, he doesn't do that, so be wary of that on the road. Keep to the golden mean. Don't make that an excuse, but keep to the golden mean. And if you follow what we talk about, you'll be able also then to ask him yourself. What I've experienced is exactly that. Is that when I think, oh, you know what, I could probably do this today, and through discernment, through intuition and conscience, through the procedure I talk about, being able to ask the master questions and receive an answer, it's often been, I'm wrong. You know, the best thing, even before I was sick this week, I thought, oh, shouldn't I be back doing this work, Lord? And then no, the day before I got sick, it was, take it easy, take it back. And then I got sick after that. So, and that's constantly happening. Golden mean. Don't exceed your strength. And so it's something we have to that you can't do it. There's no way of talking into it. That's part of it as preparation. But you can't transvaluate your unconscious with talk. You can understand as a preparation to begin. You can get spiritual impulse from listening to this. My talk, hopefully a spirit comes alongside and gives you courage. There are procedures of the monastics who, one solution of transforming the will, emptying the will, is to attach it to a spiritual father. But most people don't have that option, and even the Philokalia talks about having to be sure, that it's important to find the right one. And they do have a look, if it's someone that you can't find one, then there is in volume 5, they say that that's what the method's there for. So you are consulting through the book. But still, to have a living one is important, to have someone to tell your spiritual experience to. But many people will be in this situation. The Lord knows that. He will be your teacher. It was this way for me. He says that. He will be your teacher. But you have to figure out the conscience and discernment. But also you've got to be willing to have in the back of your mind, well, some discernments I might get wrong, so I've got to put it through this epistemic principle, this truth criterion. And I have to be willing for these towers of Babel that might have offered me comfort to fall. To stay with the truth. Anyway, that's a bit sidetrack. We're at the beginning here. After the crucifixion, we've gone back to the beginning. The beginning is the beatitudes. It's the road. It's the road home. We're at Slop. We're at secularism. We're at the spirit of the age. There's no escape. There is no escape from fortune and misfortune. You're always within your hermeneutic. You're always within your narrative, aren't you? You're always within an interpretation and a value hierarchy, energies, vitalism. It's all the same paradigm. Unless you can receive an impulse, a footing outside of there. Otherwise, you're just the right wing of dead satanic impulses. No matter how you paint it. Thank God though, there is a footing that's outside of fortune or misfortune, of that pole. They're called the blessed. Blessed are the poor in spirit, the beggars after the Spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. This means, in the Greek, theirs is possessive in the Greek. It means not after death. It means theirs, they have the kingdom of heaven. They have the kingdom of heaven. There are two sides. One is purification. And through purification, and this goes on daily, every day, purification occurs for me and everyone. Confession every day. But very soon, the spiritual impulses of the outside being of the living God are granted for you. And they are not of this world. Thank God. Thank God. And we can experience them. No longer locked within misfortune or fortune, because fortune is a prison. Money is a prison, can be a prison. Big followings can be a prison. The sorrow can be a prison too. Fortune is a prison. I've got it still working there. I'll just read the chats, everyone. I see you there on Anzac Day. Hi, Scott. Have a super day. Glenn Welland. John Stubble says, Scott, good day to you. Blessed to be able to hear from you. Spirit be with you and all the people listening to this journey. Sarah Usury says, Uzray says, Jesus loves you. Indeed, he loves us all. And we can discover him as a fact, a mystic fact of experience, not person we meet outside. And we must overcome the secular slop world we live in. And it's been slop world. There's no 90s, going back to the 90s, 80s, that was all slop. Slop. Pig feed, the whole thing was pig feed. Divine. Thank God that we are reaching a crisis point, because people will see and people will turn to Christ, and they'll be in need and guilt and woe and turn to him, and then they can experience divine faculties, because they'll gamble it all. Not gamble, they'll give it all away. That's the emptying that has to happen first. But it's doable by the most nobody. The more nobody, the better. The fishermen, the apostles were. I'm nobody. I'm not talking about just turning up to church on Sundays. I'm talking about intuition, inspiration. I'm talking about the unconscious manifesting. I'm talking about the awakening of faculties cut off since the fall. I'm talking about contemplation, hesychism, and theosis is available for everyone. And you get there through concentration without effort in prayer. And I've got lectures on how to start right now. It's all free. There's no hidden thing. The Master says it shouldn't be, I can't remember what the quote is. This is not to be something that's hidden away and granted to people. You can't buy it because it's from Him. And so the ways that help are all there in the lectures, and they'll always be a free option. And so that's the key thing. That concentration is the beginning of the self-emptying. But remember, you don't do it on your own. You've got to get out of that mode. That's why this preparation proves so important. This intellectual preparation. Receiving spiritual impulse from the saints. There's an audiobook, a free audiobook of the Philokalia and Meditations on the Tarot by Valentin Tomberg on my Substack. You can put that on your phone and immediately that will help transform your life, just listening to that walking around. Hopefully this impels you with spiritual impulse. That's the point of it. So you can be impelled to get started. Look at this beautiful lake on this quiet public holiday. Be nice to zip around in a boat actually today. And so that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the blessed are a new species. The chosen are the new species. Who are these Christians? Who are these Christians? For the first time, because yes, they were prophets, but they received the law. We now have the thing that sent the law. He incarnated, and now He's a being that forever is our initiate, our initiator. He initiates us and is our teacher, can be our teacher directly, not just through the Gospels, as a cosmic being. As a cosmic being. Now, there's some music going on here. I don't want that to... Might keep... I was going to go down to the waterside, but don't want that to get the stream taken offline. So let's just keep walking. They've got some beautiful trees here. Let's walk straight through. Lovely time in fall. And so... Oh, that smells good. It smells like sausage sizzle. And so, we have a antipathy and sympathy that must be overcome. The yogi walks away from this first love, this first mission. Is what we're supposed to do here, which is theosis. The yogi, the Easterner, flees that and depersonalizes. So you can't just walk away from human value for things, right? Become depersonalized like Sam Harris. That's demonic. The Master came so we could have life abundantly. He became one of us. He's being one of us. He knows what it is to be human. And loves us. Thank God. And that's why He's always there to guide you directly. Of course, that's difficult to work out. Oh man, these damn things. The music is going to get this taken off. Just walk a bit faster. Hopefully it's not loud enough. I mean, I couldn't see myself blaring music like that with other people around, honestly. It is, just as an aside, it is something that we're going to have to experience more and more. High fear, low trust society. But that's why we have the master. Because this isn't a religion where it's outside man. It's, we have the future. That being said, that master knows what's best for us, is a father. He's a father, he's a mother. He's a father and mother in the sense that Christ fits all archetypes. But primarily, master, Lord, father. Brother too. Because we are to imitate him, remember? Or to become more like, it's not this imitation just from seeing the behaviors, like a set of procedures in the Bible. That can help. But no, he actually grants you the forces of himself. His Christ's virtues, his virtue being. He plants in you like a seed. So let's see where we are. Oh yeah. Let's walk this way. His functional structure, you could call it. The structure of the being that's here, the Son of Man, his virtue being, executive will, I suppose you could call it. And so, what does this mean on a practical level? Little by little, we make these little steps of kenosis, self-emptying. Like I said, you can't do it on your own. There are certain things, monastics, because it's about the emptying of the will. The will isn't here, it's sort of out in the world. It's unconscious to you. You're all familiar with feeling and thought, but the third aspect of the human being, willing, you don't see it anywhere. It's this thing you have, activating force. It's out through the limbs in the world. And so the way you can do things with it is praying, is one. What you desire, where you aim your attention can help with this. But the freedom, you can't really get access to it. Like I said, the monastics they chain it to a living spiritual father. But we can, as the Folliculaires translator himself said, there's a shortage of spiritual masters now. But Christ can be your master. And so, how do you do it? Well, the 3 O's of monasticism cannot be participated in. The Lord understands your situation where you are. Not everyone is called to be a monastic. Don't worry. The Master grants based on your, wow, look at that, hey? Based on your position, where you are, your moral development. Takes this into account. He does call, though, we have to take the kingdom by force as well. So, can you not watch with me an hour? People even find that very hard. But you can do it. People on jet skis and boats out there. And so, well, what do? Okay, this transformation, this emptying can occur, this spiritual poverty that's needed of secularism, a little bit at a time. For an hour a day, or in half an hour to begin with, or 15 minutes if you must, you can. Oh, there's just music everywhere, isn't there? 15 minutes. For that time, you can be completely empty. Your limbs, which the will expresses itself through, can be empty by doing concentration without effort in prayer for an hour in the morning. How is that poverty? Well, it's a closing of the senses to... Oh, it'd be nice to hire one of these boats, hey? Maybe if it was a motorboat. This is where the true point comes in, though, is that you can't do it. You participate in it through the concentration without effort, and then in that, Christ sends dissolving forces to transvaluate, transform all your antipathies and sympathies. And what does that mean? All the things you hate and love are what is your unconscious is charged with. That is demonic. We are all demonic and don't even realize it. Oh, but it's natural, Or it's natural. Well, sorry. You know, the natural things that seem wholesome are only relatively so and have to be transformed. The Christian way is the third way. It's a ground, it's a footing outside time. It turns out the human isn't just this meat sack, this animal, this vital animal. No, as Steiner well articulated, vital body, psychological body, and I, and a physical body. These other three bodies outside time. Well, sorry, some of them inside time, but bodies that aren't fully, that are incarnated into the body, let's say. Soul. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess you got to have some music, right? If you're having a little party by the little thing by the lake. Where does this go? We've got a little period house here. Okay, cool. This keeps going. We'll keep going this way. Sorry, I probably should show you a little bit of the little riverside beach. Looks nice. Did you see that? Maybe not, I don't know. Just there. And so we'll stop soon. We'll do our reading for today. But we must become not the fortunate or fortunate, not the people wrapped up in the value hierarchies of those in power and out of power, those in the who have nots and the haves, those in power and out of power. They're all the same. We're looking to find our footing in the being, in a being who is outside of time, who is eternal, who came at the middle of time, the eschaton. Through that, we're freed from sorrow and joy of fortune and misfortune and taken to the qualitative, divine, higher, good and bad, right? Or sorrow and joy becomes more and more meaningful as we approach the essence of things, as we become towards Him, as we are cut off from the low archetypes that possess man in this world of fortune, misfortune, pagan gods. And so, in doing concentration without effort in prayer, your will is withdrawn from the things it's been enslaved to in the world, to worship and desire. Thank God. Why? Because your arms are still and your feet are still. They're not out in the world, are they? They're praying the Jesus prayer, asking for mercy. They're not doing it under their own steam as if they bring it about from their own desire as well. This allows for the self-emptying, this humility, this bowing, this self-emptying for us becomes a widening window to divine power, which is love. And a free nature, a free, clean force. The bread of life, this is called. It's a strengthening from outside of the physical body. And the fish is the power of the vital body within to undergo its own free movement. Its own free movement. Okay, so if Christ has given us this power, this a free movement, and can give it, what does that mean? It means that we're not relying on amphetamines or like ADHD drugs or supplements like the Vitalist, because that's just a desire for energy to collect things on the horizontal for the horizontal. It's forces that are new forces outside of time. They're not from here. They're free of. They're not enslave us to. Because all that vitalism is to achieve things they're already provoked to want. This way, we find the loving, free divine will that wants the best for us and shows us what to do. Let it be with me according to your word and will, Lord. That's freedom, to empty yourself of the slaver's value structure that we're flooded by here, that we're drowning in here. And so let's continue. Let's see where we are. Okay. We might get a better view if we go out this way though. I don't know if there'll be any a lot of the time in Australia they leave the homesteads in place and turn it into a park around it. So this was once farming land. It's now a park. Just wanted to see if we can walk out this point. Because I thought we'd get more a view of the lakes here, but we haven't seen any today so far. And so, have a look down here. And so, the more we do and consistently do offer this holy time. Okay, think about this. The modern world is always trying to invade sacred space with noise or towering structures, jackhammers. There are the silence. They want to get at into your brain with the brain chip interface. They're looking for the silence. Deep down, they're trying to steal the silence. They're trying to steal that place that becomes empty and then is filled with revelation. That pregnant silence that we need to cut off. The sacred is a world cut off from the secular. And so firstly, what's the first step before even concentration without effort? Well, it's temple. It's a temple, isn't it? The first step is a temple. Gosh, they should cut these down. There's a nice seat here, right? We would have a view, but there's no, what do you do, eh? There's no, there might be another seat down here. Anyway, at least you can get a view of the ocean. Sorry, I saw that, but you wouldn't see. So, okay, what's the first step then? The temple, the monastery. The monasteries are now being invaded too, as St. Paisios talks of. The machines, the noise, the modern world. Of course, thank God, there is a special place in Greece that is its own state. It's a monastic state. Just like the Vatican has its own state as an ecclesiastical state. This is a monastic state. Thank God. Thank God it exists. That's the first step. The temple. The temple is the thing cut off from the openness. There's this grinding openness being. This openness, modern open space of our knowing, of our self-certainty, of our Googling. You know how you feel certain about things? You get your map out, I know where I am. I'll Google it, I know what I'm talking about. I'll go to Google, it'll tell me what to do. This is this grinding, spreading out. It's even all over the universe now. Oh, we know everything, everything's disclosed. No, you don't. We don't know shit, right? But this is the danger, is that it spreads out instantly to the edge of the universe with the Hubble telescope, and it maps everything to us as this intellect, this pre-disclosed in advance space. It maps everything as. It's nice, isn't it? And so the first step to overcome this is sacred space. But now you need to carve out a temporal, spatial being of kenosis, self-emptying for yourself. Not prayer on its own. This is not normal Christian practice. It should be. It's hesychism. There's a lot of people bandying these words around now. I've even seen Mormons. No. Like, people will try articulate these things as if they've always been doing them, and they have not been doing them. Hesychism is concentration without effort in prayer. Watchfulness is the same. I say how to do it in a lecture. You can see on my Substack, concentration without effort in prayer. It's the practices of Christian mysticism. You can go find it there, or join the Substack, join the scottmanion.com/fellowship. There's a free option if you can't afford it. And go to the practices segment in the Discord. It leads to everything. The Lord is a fact of experience. And so, I guess someone's fishing, right? What's that bag doing there? Yeah, someone's got to be fishing. And so, oh, that's nice, isn't it? Oh yeah, someone fishing down there. We'll probably take that chair back there and we'll do our reading for today. There might be a final chair a bit further up. We'll see. And so, of course, naturally, if you do the concentration without effort in prayer, what you find is the discernments you lead to align with the traditional church, not some wacky, sectarians. We love them, but do the practices and you'll see. But then what's going to happen? You'll still be stuck in your church because they've got enforcement mechanisms that your family will abandon you if you leave. That's satanic. So if you were to become Orthodox, your family abandons you, for instance. not good. If you have to enforce like that, then what does that say? Anyway, let's not go into that. That's not what we're here for. And so, what point were we making? Segmenting off a temporal, spatial space, a sacred space. That's what the Master does with the Sabbath. Now, why don't they have a chair here? Come on, guys. It's like the perfect place. They must have once had one right here, right? There's a pole there. Someone must have trashed it and they got rid of it. It's nice though, isn't it? Yeah. Nice lake. And so we have to remember this, it's the sacred and the profane. It begins with segmenting off a place to discover, because you're still going to be temporal while you're segmenting off. Thank God the initiate, because before there was no initiator, people had access to dead memory of the Logos, but not the living Logos. So they, the patterns they had aligned somewhat with him, which you see in Plato, for instance. It's dead memory though. He wasn't in contact with the Logos. And so, because deep down, everything that happened in the fall is remembered in your being somewhere, in your vital body. It carries the memory of the cosmos. It carries the memory of the cosmos. Nice spot. Okay, so like I said, I'm still a bit under the weather. I feel pretty good actually. Like I said, I feel good, but my voice may go. But we might sit down here and do our reading. We'll see what we can see. I don't want you to have no view while we do our reading. We can find somewhere else. So forgive me if we stop for a moment, but that's what I wanted to get across. We have to segment off a sacred time. It starts with church, thank God. The apostles have all done this already before we even got here. That's heavy. I guess this is good enough, right? Okay. It's pretty good. Got you guys here. How's that? Okay, it's not as wide angle as I'd like, of course, but we don't have that lens today, it's broken. Okay. Okay, settle down. Settle down. Silly thing. I guess I can't put that there, right? Just put it here. Let's put it here. These chairs have been bent to oblivion by people abusing them, of course. Okay. That seems out of focus, doesn't it? Should be on autofocus, but anyway. There, is that better? I guess we'd be like that. Like that, bit like that. That's a bit of a view. It's better than nothing. It's better than nothing, all right? It's better than nothing. And so, how are we? Yep, good. More like that. Usually we got better, but I guess we could have found something over there. What's the time? 2. Okay, let me check the chats and then we'll jump into our reading. This afternoon we are reading Maximus the Confessor. That's at the end of the day in about 2 hours time. Now we're going to read some Rudolf Steiner. Oh, I never got around to reading some. We were supposed to open the stream with some poesis.
Money is a prison, can be a prison.
I see you there, John Stubble. Beautiful park on a beautiful day. He is the beginning and the end. Absolutely, my friend. Okay. And so... I don't know if I should keep going or not. Maybe I should keep going. Not much to see here, is there? Let me just check the satellite. See if there might be more, if we go on more. Sorry, I know this is a bit boring. More of him, less of us, John says. Alpha and Omega, absolutely. And so, basically we're talking about finishing off that point of kenosis. It begins with the segmenting off of the sacred, of course, the sacred space. That's done ever since the apostles. But since the initiator has resurrected, and we see in the archetype of Lazarus, he now for all time is our initiator. That never existed before. Now as a being, he'll come and help every person that seeks him out as a fact of experience, if you do the concentration without effort in prayer. Because you've got to bow yourself first and empty yourself of all modern value. It happens a little bit at a time, but thank God, as you make your way back towards him, and again, the concentration is everything, because it practices the 3 monastic oaths at the same time. And so you've got all these Christians the world over not doing the concentration. It's a poverty of the senses, because your senses are closed. Your limbs are not moving. So your will's less out in the world. It begins withdrawing, and then you're praying the Jesus prayer at the same time to establish over time a praying unceasingly in the unconscious. If they could just do these things. And all the saints talk about this. St. Palamas talks about concentration, the ultimate power of it. The unseen warfare talks about concentration being a necessity, and how so many people overlook it, thinks it does nothing. Concentration without effort in prayer, the Jesus prayer with concentration. If you could just do that, you wouldn't be stuck in this Protestant Christian mode where it's only the master retroactively or talking about how he's behind everything, rather than experiencing him as a fact, an inner fact, and a growing out of fact in seeing that he is the ground of everything and how he controls things. Experiencing him as an inner fact of experience, a mystic fact, an empirical theology, not abstract academic theology. That's available to the lowest of the low, the nobodies. All right, I'm gonna get my drink out. If you can give the time, hour a day, he keeps his promises. You have to set yourself up to be successful. And so, like I said, that first step is segmenting off a temporal, spatial space that isn't invaded by the secular world. We see this in the monastery, we see this in the temple. We see this in the law of the Sabbath. We need to make this a reality though. Not only do we turn up to church for an hour a day, starting with 15 minutes or 30 minutes, we set ourselves up to be successful by setting up a silent environment, and then naturally in the desert, we're creating a desert, right? We don't get the divine silence first, but we have to set up the conditions for this sacred space to manifest. And he comes firstly through purifying and dissolving you. He causes the bloodletting of the self-emptying of kenosis through your concentration without effort in the Jesus prayer. That is a poverty of the senses, that is a chastity for the time you're doing it, and that is an obedience, and a growing obedience to him as a fact of grace in the breath later on. But this is the thing he most wants you to do in the morning. It's not a matter of only the Jesus prayer, though the Jesus prayer is these things all participate together, but you've got to do the concentration with it. Do not skip the concentration. I'm going to say how to do it in the lecture. Go to the lecture. Don't try to work it out on your own. This is for your own good. Please, please do it. All this essential experience of the unconscious of the spiritual world unfolds out of this like a flower through Christ. So many things happen, and I have to describe them, this depth world, because it helps accompany you on your journey over the year that it takes, or the 3 to 6 months it takes to start noticing spiritual experience. There are even people, though, that have had great gifts from the Lord. The Lord also has to teach them. They don't recognize what they've been given. Like some people, even in the fellowship, is that they've had these incredible things that sometimes monastics, long for. The Lord also has to take us through some struggles to teach us to value these gifts that he gives us. He did for me to help. Luckily, if you can learn about it, you don't have to experience like some as harrowing things. If you're constantly praying for humility and doing prostrations, things to help like that, there won't be a necessary involuntary fall. If you voluntarily bow and voluntarily suffer, quote unquote, a suffering that's good that you want, the Christian experience is a positive suffering. Thank God. Like you say suffering and people get dissuaded, but it's the best thing of life that you could ever have. There's suffering. It's greater than anything you could ever have as the richest degenerate. Kuma. Elite Kumas, you could call them, because that's what they lead their lives doing. It could be you're a power Kuma or a reproductive Kuma. A vanity Kuma, what do you call it? A vainglory Kuma. It's all the same. Self-indulgence. Silly juvenile behavior. Yet it puts people's lives under threat. The world is full of juvenile action that is life-threatening, unfortunately, but it's truly juvenile. Of humanity's animal, juvenile being, when we're more than that. And it's so true that we are. And you can see that unless you're a dilettante, right? And so all the people of power, unfortunately, we love them, but they're dilettantes. They're surface dwellers. And that's what happens when it's a curse to be super rich, for instance. You end up a surface dweller. You can't penetrate to the depths because you have to be poor in spirit. It's everything we're talking about. Kenosis is harder for those that are rich. Satan offers the riches. You have to become poor. It's not merely in money, though. Like, I've got a certain amount of money. Like, the Lord provides for me. You don't have to be on the poverty line, like mega on the poverty line. But you have to be disvaluated of it. And that comes through alarm. All right, let me see where we are here. Okay. Well, that's the nice, beautiful... It's not much of a view for you, friends, but it's a nice... We'll get you a view with the next one. It's definitely nice, warm light, isn't it, though? And so, today, I'll read for you. Oh, it might have popped out of my pocket. Oh no, I think it did. Oh wait, yeah, it may have, our opening poetry may have popped out of my pocket. Bugger. Unless it's in this little jacket here. That's our new opening segment, as we read some poesis, because we're trying to show the living impulse. Remember, we've got this new Christ is this new ground on which to stand. The future is granted to us of the divine. He is the new ground on which to stand. Not the fortune or misfortune of the surface world, or even of vitalism and psychological unconscious, which are both temporal and pagan, as Jung discovers. Not even those. But outside time is the ground on which we stand. And we can interact with the Master as a fact of experience if we're willing to bow this pagan being that we are, this secular being that likes YouTube and all the different pleasures that it has. Thank God, though, don't forget, like, you can get daunted and thinking, oh, I have to surrender all these things I like. He does it for you. You just say you want it. Just pray to the Lord and say, I want my will to be your will. Lord, help me love you. Grant me a deeper love of you. Grant me your divine love. And he'll transform your unconscious. Because really, you don't want to be a slave to these things. These likes and dislikes you have. And so what happens is that he grants you over time, very slowly, angelic loving. That's what self-emptying is. It's being a granting of angelic loving, a checking in on everything, in a sense. And the world seen in that light, in the light of the Logos, Christ, is also noticing, well, he'll show you, he operates and gives impulses to animals and wind and whatever, and will show you that it's him. But that's at the end of a long, as I said that, a fish just jumps out of the water. You couldn't see that, but I did. Oh man, it's a shame you couldn't see that. That happens to me all the time. Again, a third one. Glory to our long-suffering Lord. And of course you won't see it now. That was four times that happened. Right in front of me, 4 different fish. Incredible. That's not the first time that's happened on stream. That's not the first time that's happened on stream. It was right after I said, shows you through the beings of nature, and then flump, 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 and then now there's none. I'll confirm that later with contemplation. But I would guess that was him. But anyway, let's not go into that, because it's nothing to you. It can't be proven to you necessarily. But this is the kind of thing, the closer you get to him and to bowing yourself and your desires to be replaced with divine will, then a wonderful life in him. Not without its struggles, but the divine being is there with you. Not in the confused way where you're just listening to every thought that comes into your head and thinking that that is Christ. No, with the help of the saints, as St. Mark says, what's more devout, to question the thought or to accept the thing that comes? And I've got lectures on that, on the epistemic principle, the truth criterion, how to know spiritual experience is true, how to discern, and that's a growing thing. You won't get everything right to begin with, and you have to do the practice for 6 months. Purifying, being purified, becoming poor in spirit, you will have to be. But it's possible. And everything I'm talking about today is something I've been through myself. None of it is not personal experience. I'm not repeating something from someone else only. Glory to him. So let's read our book for a while. Maybe I should have a bit of, I'll just have a bit of caffeine first. And a little bicky. A little bicky. As you can hear in my voice, I'm at the end of recovering, so good to have some refreshment first, I think. That's about half a coffee, I think. I shouldn't have bought these ones. Silly things, annoying. Hard to determine how much caffeine's in each one. I don't have too much either, so let me. Oh, how boring. My apologies. I'm sure that'll be fine. That's good. Okay. One Vicky. Now, Rudolf Steiner, we don't necessarily agree to everything he says, but we're reading him nonetheless. I've never been here. Can you see some of the sailboats? Maybe you can see some through the trees. Anyway, here we go. So, what is revealed between death and a new birth? One looks back into previous lives, part 2. Oh, this is quite short, this one. Okay. In a second period, man passed out of the archai realm, which is the 4th hierarchy of angels. Angel, archangel, archai. 3rd hierarchy, rather. Sorry. First, there's 3 hierarchies, 1, 2, and 3. Angel, the first hierarchy is angel, or rather the 3rd hierarchy, which is the one closest to us, is angel. You all got an angel. An archangel, which represent groups. An archai, which is about a time period. Okay, in the second period, man passed out of the archai realm into that of the archangeloi, which they represent languages and folk groups. So think about this knowing space that we are as an English-speaking being. That's an archangel. His bonding with the archangels was more spiritual, but it was still intimate enough that one cannot yet speak of a separation from the divine spiritual world. The archangel hierarchy gave to man's vital body Remember, you don't just have a physical body, you have a vital unconscious. You interact with this in sleep. As you do these practices, these bodies become available to your experience in different ways. Things that you are unaware of in normal sensory experience are granted to you through grace. That's how we know what these things are. And so various people interact with these different bodies or unconscious. Carl Jung, for instance, a very famous name, interacted with the psychological body and the archetypes of it. It's not merely subjective. There's a connection between macrocosm and microcosm. Anyway, with whom he was not as bodily, spiritually bonded as previously with the archai. His bonding with the archangels was more spiritual, but it was still intimate enough that one cannot yet speak of a separation from the divine spiritual world. The archangel hierarchy gave to man's vital body the element which corresponds to what the archai gave to his physical body. Just as the physical body's form is adapted to the earth in order to become the vehicle of self-consciousness, the vital body is adapted to the outer earthly cosmic forces. What does earth mean? Earth means facticity. The whole universe is earth. Outer cosmic would mean more, again, think of it just different levels of things that are unconscious to you. You've got the physical world, factical actuality, you could call it. Then you've got the sphere of form beneath that, which is tied up with will. And then you've got the sphere of creation beneath that, where the archetypes are. This is talked about in one of the days of creation, in fact. And then you've got emanation. Emanation is the Sabbath, right? Sabbath is the jumping off point to eternal rest, which is where all emanation comes from, the Holy Spirit. Let's go on. Just as the physical body's form is adapted, I read that. The earth lives in the earth lives, or the facticity lives in the physical body, and the star world lives in the etheric body, the vital body. Okay, well maybe he is sort of talking about the stars themselves in facticity as well. Okay, so the earth that we're on lives in the physical body. The star world lives in the vital body. The inner force that enables the human, and that is sort of true when you look at the medieval world picture. As C.S. Lewis describes, if you look at the spheres, there's an inner reach of outer being, and that's true, but maybe not the factical version of the sphere, the stars, because they're just the outer being of a. Well, he believes, and I think is true, is that, and I think some of the saints even talk about this, is the stars being a physical manifestation of a spiritual beings. But that's a whole other. Anyway, let's keep going. Don't want to digress too much here. The inner force and that's true. Essentially, it's saying that your body, your vital body, is interacted with unconsciously, and that's true. Cosmic forces interact with your vital unconscious, and as you do the concentration without effort in prayer, not beyond your endurance is your equilibrium upset, so you can face, because you're living in a lukewarm place and the demons allow you to not be as disturbed, but you feel deep problems and issues. But as you try to move out, they will destabilize to try to stop you doing the prayer and practice. That's good though, it brings them out into the open, and there they can be, little by little, whittled away. Thank God. Christ overcomes everything. The inner force that enables the human being to live on the earth and at the same time wrest himself from it through positive movement and gesture, he owes to the archangel's creative activity in his vital body, vital unconscious, where your vital force comes from. But there's more in there than just some digestive force. Just as the earth forces can exist in the physical body through the figuration, so do the forces exist in the vital body that stream to the earth from all sides of the circumference of the cosmos, which means the edge of the universe, right? The circumference means that every point in space, it's from the edge of the known. What else does that mean? From the unconscious. Because the unconscious is the edge of the known, which is also the edge of the cosmos. The living earth forces which appear physically in the body are those that make its form relatively firm and enclosed. The human contours remain fixed for earthly life, subject to a subordinate metamorphosis. The capacity for movement solidifies through habit, etc. In the vital body, there is a permanent, flexible mobility, which is a mirror image of the ever-changing constellations during a person's life on Earth. Even the changing sky by day and night corresponds to the shaping of the vital body, but also the changes that take place during the time between birth and death. This adaptation of the vital body to the heavenly forces does not contradict the gradual separation of the stars in the sky from the divine spiritual powers as described in the previous contemplation. It is correct that in very old times divine will and divine intelligence lived in the stars. In later times, the stars became calculable. Interesting. I think he means proto-historically, before facticity manifested in itself, right? In that time, the laws were not calculable, they were not solidified. Because the whole thesis of this is that things that are now spiritual, now law of nature, they're spiritual beings that are solidified, that were less solidified the further back you go. Anyway, that probably will turn out to be true, I think you'll find, but it's hard to get your mind into it. It takes a lot of, a lot of lecture listening to. I've listened to probably like 250 of his lectures, so it's a little hard to bring you in to understand that immediately, what that means. But through his vital body, man gradually attained his own relationship to the stars as he did to the Earth's gravity through his physical body. Okay. The vital body, created during the second period by the archangel hierarchy and inserted in man when he descends from the spiritual world to earth at birth, absorbs the extra-earthly cosmic forces. An essential aspect which man received through this hierarchy is that of belonging to a group of people on earth. The English, Anglo-Saxon, Anglo-Celtic, whatever ethnic group you belong to and our language you speak. When looking back at this second period, one does not see the present day differentiation of races and peoples, but a somewhat different, more spiritual one. This is attributable to the star forces in the distant constellations, appearing at different locations on Earth. On the Earth, in the distribution of land and water, in the climate, in plant growth, and so on, live the stars. I mean, look, a lot of this seems far-fetched when you're hearing it, but then when you look into quantum mechanics, you can at least see that the most distant stars are all touching, even in a physical way, through their fields in a very distant physical way. The fields go on endlessly. The gravity field, the magnetic field, is just extremely weak. But there is some element of the most distant star, other than light, interacting with you. Their gravity, their magnetic field, whatever force carrier, I don't know how it works. Some abstraction. Is it so far-fetched that spiritually that they would work on you? Because when you understand this thought, we get that matter, energy are merely enfolded psyche, and psyche or psychological force or will is merely enfolded spirit. And true spirit is cosmic love. The opposite, or matter, is cosmic indifference. It's also consciousness. And so that's a solidified as you go towards matter. It becomes more and more enfolded. And so we're in a cosmos of that indifference, of that matter. And so we're called now to participate with the Master, to, through his miraculous intervention, transform it into a cosmos of love, not an indifferent cosmos. The laws of physics will change over time in a long, distant future. But the only point I was making there, I don't want to go too far out there because it comes a bit new agey, but is simply that we know you're interacted with on a physical level from these distant stars already. It's not that you just have stardust in you. There are force carriers that still touch you in a increasingly weak way the further you go. But you're within those fields. So if we understand that that energy is merely a crystallized psychological force and will, and beneath that it is a consciousness or spirit, then naturally what he's saying is true. It's not far-fetched at all. You just don't know it or see it. Because most of us, actually, instead of being in a mode of, we operate in a scientific mindset. And this was activated by a lot of Christians participated in this. The Franciscans, in their day life, they're participating in the scientific method. And what someone like Rudolf Steiner offered was another mode of showing what's essentially true, still aligning with the facts. That's what Hermeticism is. It's a spiritual truth, not denying the facts, but properly interpreting them. But also it's a different mode. It doesn't abstract a theory as a law. It only takes what the phenomena. This is Goethean science. Goethe was a famous German philosopher, and how he operated, he didn't abstract a theory beneath what you could see, as science does. Because there are so many different theories you can come up with that can fit the facts. As you look at color itself, the theory of color, Newtonian mechanics, we're all taught in physics class. There are so many theories that you can get to match the facts of science. And so Goethe has a different mode where he only uses the phenomena to explain themselves. He doesn't postulate this abstracted atoms, whatever it might be. And that's that's an alternative to an abstracted world picture that we don't see. It puts man back in the center of everything as he actually is. Brings him back to the facts to explain the facts. Anyway. Quite important, actually. That's what we're eventually going to participate in too. Oh, sorry, we were almost at the end of that. I guess I should make sure this battery's still holding up. Yeah, 63. Plenty of battery. Okay. Let me just check. Everything's still working here. Good. Great channel, thank you. I've lost some faith. The streets, parks and towns now look like Lagos, Nigeria. I know I'm not crazy to look back on how things were. South Africa. Oh, my friend. Blessings to you, my dear friend. I don't know what to say for where you are. Okay, look. Listen to everything I've been saying today. Don't rely on ethnic group. Don't rely on state. They're all going to fail. As you know better than anyone, my dear friend, there's a third ground. You need to look up, figure yourself out first. This is kind of the Christian version of the shitlib Peterson sort yourself out. But there's a truth. It's not sort yourself out, it's figure out your monastic relationship to Christ, which is not just a Protestant Christian be baptized in the river. No, it's we're doing hesychism here, concentration without effort in prayer, to disclose him as a fact of experience with an epistemic principle or truth criterion to eventually be able to discern divine will. And through that, then we're interacting with the future, and he'll look after you. He'll look after you. And you'll be able to, you're not going to be some fortunate rich man, because they're the lusts of the world. The most important thing is the kingdom of heaven. You can have access now. I'm not selling you anything. It's all free. Go to the Substack. The lectures are there. Tells you exactly what to do. If you want a free account, there's an option. If you can't afford it, you can join the Discord. There ain't no prosperity Christianity here. Christ provides. And he will for you too. No one's capable. You know, even a socialistic church is not capable of doing it, right? If a church that becomes a social work. And it very easily becomes that. We see this. St. Paisios said, you know, it's difficult to determine piety from an effeminate man, for instance, right? Because you can have people that are psychologically participating in charity and stuff, but they're not close to Christ. Or they've got that kind of effeminate, be nice to people, but it's not out of someone aligned with divine will. You'll see they're actually quite bitchy when it comes down to it, or combative in an online environment or something like that. The point is, though, you are in poverty now. Good. The Master will put you to good use, my friend. It could be just you and him. In the deepest sorrow and the deepest joy, qualitatively higher than any rich man, any Donald Trump, any person in the hierarchy. The Master cares about you. And will show you the kingdom of heaven if you give him an hour doing the concentration practice in the morning. And so it is difficult. This is not a nice neighborhood where we are today. And, you know, the more you opt in to, you can do some good now because the Master's with you, right? There is a sense, you have to overcome fear, but I'm a bit ill today, so naturally when you're a bit ill too, you're a bit weaker, so you're a bit more fearful perhaps, right? even when you know the master's with you, you can still have fear in a dangerous neighborhood, for instance. So, but he'll lead you, and with growing confidence and growing certainty, the greatest reward is to, like I've said before, is to simply go. Like, we're here today. I'm here today. I would never have chosen to come here. I would never have chosen. It's not lovely. It's really lovely, though, actually. But it's just guided by the Master. So many miracles I've experienced, like the one we saw earlier, or I saw. You have to take my word for it. The one I saw earlier. 4 fish popping out. Yeah. Right when I said the Master shows himself through animals. Anyway. I'm just trying to say to you, South African friend, I've seen you on the channel before. Get started with the practices. That's the best thing you can do. And then be guided by him directly. There's a Substack that says the practice, in the video is called The Practices of Christian Mysticism. There's also a book list. Those two things together, if you get started on that morning practice, the key thing to wrap everything around is this morning concentration without effort in prayer. And I'm always going to be talking about this, because so many people just don't do it. And it would save their lives. And they would have an intimate relationship with the Master and be able to, and then later on be able to ask questions and discern divine will. It's the most woolly of subjects in the tradition, is how to discern. Because there's part of it is, it's a growing thing that's granted, but there is definitely an element of we can tell the difference, but only once you begin to be purified. That's why I say you got to wait 6 months doing the practice. Because, anyway, let's not go into that. Let's finish our reading here. So, on the earth, in the distribution of land and water, in the climate, basically he's saying that peoples are actually tied up with the land and the climate and the plant growth, and that's true. Even Heidegger talked about this openness being that we are. The oikos, the home, the land, the nomos, is part of the people as well, not merely racial genes that people like to obsess over. Not that it's not important, but people are obsessed with it. That's their God, because they're idols and they worship race, even though they're on our right-wing side. So anyway, insofar as man must adapt these conditions on earth, which are conditions of the heavens, this adaptation belongs to the vital body and is a creation of the archangeloi choir. People are differentiated all over the earth. When looking back at this second period, one does not see the present day differentiation of races and peoples, but somewhat different, more spiritual one. This is attributed to the star forces in the different constellations, and in the different constellations appearing at different locations on the earth, and the distribution of land and water. He's just saying that all rolls into you and who you are in your vital unconscious. However, it was just during this second period that the Luciferic and Satanic powers entered into human life in a special way. Gosh, my voice might be failing here, friends. This was necessary, although at first it seems that man was driven to a lower level of his nature. If man was to develop self-consciousness in his earthly life, it was necessary that he separate himself from the divine spiritual world from which he originated to a greater extent that was possible by means of that world itself. Greater extent than. It happened, the translation, like I've said over this quite a few times, isn't the best. It happened during the time when the archangels acted upon him, for then the spiritual force of the archangels was less able to keep Satan and Lucifer at bay than when the stronger archive forces acted upon him. Now, what's he saying there? Look, the further you go back in time, the less man is individualized. We can accept that, right? He's more collectivized in a tribe. He's less self-conscious. That process, those forces were granted to man over time and had to happen because these Luciferic and Satanic forces were trying to co-opt man. And so part of it was a natural development that had to occur that separated us from the social being, alienated us. There's a part of the alienation is good development. But we're at a crossroads now. If you continue, you'll be possessed by satanic forces. You can't just go back and opt into the Luciferic being. You can't just opt into return to the land. No, you have to lean into Christ in this monastic way that we're talking about, hesychism. And so for then, the spiritual force, while you can, while you've got time, it happened during the time, the Luciferic powers caused a stronger inclination. And like I said, I'm still a little bit under the weather, but I feel good. It's just my voice is going a little bit. Luciferic powers caused a strong inclination in the vital body towards the stars than it would have had if only the divine spiritual powers originally bound to man had been active, and the physical organization was made more subject to the Earth's gravity than would have happened had those powers been unable to act. Again, when you begin to see that spiritual forces are active, because most of us postulate this stuff, but we don't see or feel any of it. We have a religious, perhaps some emotional religious experience, but we don't feel things as a being oscillating, being shuddering fact. We don't yet know that cosmic forces can completely destabilize our being, interact with our being until we're shown this. But you can, through these practices, if you do the concentration aspect of it with the Jesus prayer, you can. Thank God there is more to this world than just this stock world, this dead modern stock world. Thank God. It's true. It's true. I assure you it's true. Don't take my word for it. Take the saints' word for it. Take the contemplatives' word for it. And that's who I pay most attention to, the hesychasts, the contemplatives, the initiates, because they've seen it as a fact of experience, the kingdom of heaven. And it's what's promised to us now. It's not after. You just got to be careful not to be sucked in by satanic Christianity. Fake. It's people walking around in the name of Christ, and it's Satan or Lucifer. It's difficult, man. It's difficult. Repent. Okay. The Luciferic powers caused a stronger inclination in the vital body towards the stars than it would have had if only the divine spiritual powers originally bound to man had been active. Lucifer tends to cause people to, it's about feeling antipathies and sympathies, fleeing upward like the winged serpent, fleeing responsibility, fleeing pain and incarnation. Feeling, that's why it's sort of tied up with the charismatic movement, is a very good example of Luciferic. Same with Eastern spiritual experience, is big on that. And so We're almost done with this. Oh, maybe that's longer than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Let's just keep reading. We'll go through it. Sorry if I'm a bit scattered because, like I said, I've been ill. And in this way, the seed of complete self-consciousness and free will was planted in man, even though the satanic powers hate free will, they brought about the predisposition for free will in man by detaching him from his divine spiritual world. That is what satanic does. It alienates and crystallizes. Because self-consciousness itself is a kind of killing. Thought on its own is a death. But we are now to, in full consciousness, reunify thought, feeling, and will by interacting with divine thought. The Logos, the divine word, the divine thought is imbued with divine will and feeling at the same time. Of course, great power comes. Our thought is abstracted from all feeling and will. But part of the thing that helps with this, after we purify ourselves, our heart is melted for one, and we begin to be able to experience true thought. True thought. I have a bit of cough syrup as well. See what I do? And to bring this to you guys. I feel fine, don't worry. I feel really good. And I'm not on any flu meds, it's just like a paracetamol. So it's just in the chest. Feel very good though. However, in the second period, what the various hierarchies from the seraphim to the archangels brought about in man was impressed more into the physical and vital bodies than would have happened without the Luciferic and Satanic influences. Without these influences, the activities of the hierarchies would have remained more in the vital body and the eye. But this means that more spiritual beings, by this means, the more spiritual groupings of humanity over the earth, striven for by the archangels, did not occur. I don't know if he meant to write, but this means. Being impressed into the physical and vital bodies, the spiritual forces were transformed into their opposite. A differentiation according to races and peoples instead of the more spiritual one took place. So this is his theory about how races emerge. Without the Luciferic and Satanic influences, the people on earth would see themselves as having been differentiated from heaven. The groups would have comported themselves in their lives as beings who willingly give to and take the spiritual from each other lovingly. In races and ethnic groups, the Earth's gravity appears through the human body. Interesting. Look, honestly, I think you'll find a lot of this stuff is true. It has to be so unpacked to see how it all fits in. But that's the work. And he's done a lot of lectures that show that. But anyway, so I'll go on. In the spiritual groupings, a mirror image of the spiritual world would have appeared. But because of all this, the later complete self-consciousness in the human evolution had to be predisposed beforehand. This also required, although in a diminished form, that the primeval human differentiation which existed when man first passed from the hierarchy of the excusiae to that of the archae be preserved. I know this sounds like this is a lot because there's a whole system behind it. It is very elegant and it's well deduced. If you look at Aristotle, I know that can sound a bit far-fetched, but as elegant as Jung or Aristotle were in their arrangement, so too is Steiner. He's got a whole books on philosophy. And the angelology, let's say, is very elegant. It fits in, it makes logical sense, it's consistent. So, he's not perfect, but don't underestimate Steiner like, you've got to take him very seriously as an incredibly competent mind. More competent than anyone living now in terms of understanding of philosophy and what's occurred. So, yeah. Anyway, just doesn't mean he's right about everything, though. Man experienced through feeling and envisioning this stage of evolution in a kind of cosmic school, although he had not yet developed the knowledge that this was an essential preparation for his later self-consciousness. But the felt envisioning of his evolution forces was nevertheless important then for the integration of self-consciousness in his psychological unconscious or psychological body and I. In respect to thinking, what happened was that man was equipped by the Luciferic powers with a tendency to immerse himself further in the old spiritual forms and not to adapt to new forms. That's right, that's true. The first beginning we talk of, it's a Luciferic pagan spirituality. For Lucifer always strives to retain the previous forms of life for man. That's why perennialism is Luciferian and not Christian. All those perennialists weren't authentic mystics either. If you look into them, they never comment on Steiner as an authentic initiate. Or Tom Berg, you would have thought that, I'm not sure they would have known of him, but they don't talk about the hesychasts, Evola, Gwenon, but certainly Valentin Tomberg talks about Gwenon, and these people. That's why he became a. Let me look around because this is a Muslim area. He took on a lesser spirituality of I'd say a demon, and I don't think he found what he was looking for. None of that school of perennialism are authentic mystics. They looked for it. We love them. They did some good academic work. But ultimately, none of them achieved it. Steiner and Tomberg did. The hesychasts do. Anyway. And why? Because it's through Christ. It's not them that ultimately do it. It's through Christ's mercy. Anyway. As crystallizations occur, movements for Satanization, Christ works through other people. As satanic Christianity comes about, Christ works to reinvigorate through hesychism, mysticism, to truly open up impulses from his divine ground. His ground. Not fortunate or misfortune. A new footing. As a fact of experience, though, not something we just postulate, not some values we identify with, not some person we imitate in a book, but a cosmic being who transforms our inner valuation and spiritual being through mercy and praying to him, through concentration without effort in prayer, to make us divine, to bring about theosis. But if you don't segment off that sacred space in the morning, it won't happen. If you don't empty yourself. But it can begin small. You'll still watch some content at night, YouTube, right? Don't worry. It's a little bit at a time. But also don't make an excuse and do nothing. You have to, a little bit at a time. But if you can just set this time aside, this push back the secularism, push back the desire, the money, the necessity, the need, and say, I'm gonna die. You're gonna die soon, man. Woman, girl, boy, listening, watching, you're going to be dead soon. Push this back, your desires, the necessities of life. You need to make room for him to colonize your being. If you don't make room for him first, he won't grant you divine revelation. You make temporal, spatial room for him, then he'll clear that open and cleave it open. He'll hold it open, he'll colonize, nest there. At first, you have to protect him, in a sense, in your being. Of course, he's the God. He doesn't need your protection, but you have to protect this space for him. Like St. Christopher with little Christ child on you. Be your brother's keeper to begin with, right? Because the devil will try to create excuses, try to create doubts about Christ, try to create all sorts of things. And so at first, for the first 6 months to a year, you're your brother's keeper, and then, thank God, he becomes your keeper, right? Because you begin to be able to communicate, receive impulses and ask questions. It's still a mystery, don't get me wrong. He doesn't speak when you want him to necessarily, but he will grant impulses, yes or no answers. But in terms of actual speaking, that's up to him when he wants to say something. Of course, why would it be any other way? That it would just be you otherwise, right? You know what I mean? If it wasn't... and it comes in thought, it's not over your shoulder. That would be an extrasensory hallucination, though that's something he can do. Very rarely that happens to people, but it's in thought that it occurs. But sorry, I'll go on here. As thinking was dislocated by Lucifer, and thereby man's thinking was organized in such a way that in life, between death and a new birth, he gradually developed the capacities which formed thoughts in him in primeval times. At that time, these faculties, let me open up my chest, these faculties could visualize the spiritual despite being akin to the present day mere sense perception. For the physical bore the spiritual in its surface. At present, however, the capacities for thought preserved for those times can only function as sense perception. Gradually, the ability to elevate oneself to the spiritual world diminished. And this is fully the case now, when in the consciousness soul age, the spiritual world has become veiled in darkness for man. This, in the 19th century, the best natural scientists who could not become materialists said, "We have no choice but to merely investigate the world that can be investigated with the senses through measurement, number, and weight. But we have no right to deny a spiritual world which is hidden behind the senses. That is an indication that is a light-filled world unknown to man could exist where he only stares into the darkness." And that's where you need to stare in concentration without effort, praying the Jesus prayer, right? As thinking was dislocated by Lucifer, willing was by Satan. Man's will, which is out in the world, Satan is objective, hypnotic in the world, right? Man's will was endowed with a tendency to a different kind of freedom, which should have happened only later. This freedom was not real, but an illusion of freedom. Humanity lived for a long time with this illusion of freedom. It provided humanity with no possibility of spiritually developing the idea of freedom. It swung back and forth between the opinion that man is free or that he is trapped in a rigid necessity. And when true freedom arrived with the emerging consciousness soul age, which is actually the modern age, man could not recognize it because he was trapped much too long in the illusion of freedom. And it's slavery. Modernity is slavery, right? The true freedom is to freely come back to Christ as a fact of experience. Fully consciously, though, everything that has been instilled in man in this second stage of evolution, of his lives between death and a new birth, he carries as cosmic remembrance into the third stage, the one in which he presently lives. During this stage, he stands in a similar relationship to the hierarchy of the angeloi as he did during the second stage of the archangeloi rather. Only the relationship to the angeloi is one in which full, independent individuality is realized. For angeloi, now not the choir, but one for each person, concentrate on achieving the correct relation between the lives between death and a new birth and earth lives. What at first appears to be a remarkable fact is that for the individual, during the second stage of his evolution of lives between death and a new birth, the entire hierarchy of archangeloi was active. Later, this hierarchy assumed the guidance of ethnic groups, the archangeloi guided ethnic groups, in which one archangel acted as ethnic spirit for a people. That's true. Every people had one, and it's just egregore demons that run them now. The primal forces, archai, remained active in the races, and a being from the hierarchy of the primal forces acted as race spirit for one race. And that might be, he's talking about the Jews there, as Yahweh. Thus, contemporary humanity remains, also in life between death and a new birth. Thus, contemporary humanity retains, also in life between death and a new birth, the cosmic remembrance of previous stages of evolution. And that's where he sources some of the information from, this vital body. The cosmic remembrance of the previous stages, and also where in the physical world spiritual guidance appears, as in races and ethnic groups, this cosmic remembrance is distinctly present. So these things, the memory of the world has a memory. And for those and the saints, they can access that memory through prayer and through the grace that's granted to them. 150. In a second period, these are some principles that sum up everything we've just read. 3 principles. 150. And then we'll go for our walk, and then we'll read from St. Maximus at the end of the day. In a second period of evolution of lives between death and a new birth, man entered the realm of the archangeloi. During this period, after it had been predisposed in the creation of the human form, during the first period, the seed was implanted in the soul for his later self-consciousness. You'd have to look at his whole system to see how that all lines up, though. 151. During this second period, man was pushed deeper into the physical world due to Lucifer and Satan influences than he would have been without those influences. You can see that's happened. And that was during the third period, man entered the realm of the angeloi, who, however, only made their influence felt in the vital body and the eye, not the physical body. This period is the present one, this third period. I think you could call the others proto-historical, honestly, that he talks about. What happened in the two previous periods lives on in human evolution and explains the fact that in the age of the consciousness soul in the 19th century, man stared into the spiritual world as into complete darkness. Okay, I have to look about what those 2 periods are. He might mean the development of the sentient part of the soul, which is the feeling part of the soul, and maybe that, which was in, I think, Proto-Greek times, maybe. It's very elegant, though. It aligns, like there's a... okay, let's just look back one period. We just have... When you think about concepts and ideas, you don't see anything, do you? We only see... You abstract something, you have an idea, it's not visual. When you don't see concepts out there with the world, do you? When you go back to Greek times, it was the crossover between imagination and abstraction. That's when this abstracted mind was created. They saw the ideas that you have that are subjective, unseen concepts. They saw the concepts with imaginative power out in the things of the world. Then that was separated. If you go back even further, there is also inspiration with the imagination. You go back even further, like the culture is generated by imagination itself, and then by inspiration itself, and then by intuition. These are just deeper, deeper, deeper levels of the unconscious, the further you go back. And I think that's his thesis about that's true. And so you go back before Greek, it's Egypto-Chaldean, and then Babylonian. Oh, sorry, and then Indian's the first one, which is pure intuition. And so you can map out a satanizing, a crystallizing from original kind of combination where there is no self-consciousness necessarily. It's this mystical participation where man is sort of led by these demons and fallen hierarchies and the positive hierarchies. And so as now we're at an age where you're separated off from it and you stare into the spiritual world, it's just dark, there's nothing there. Unless you do, well, then Christ intervened, of course, right? And so this dying is completely inverted. That Spenglerian theory by Oswald Spengler that shows the dying, yeah, that's natural to paganism, but the divine being came from outside time and is now the initiate, the initiator of all initiates, available if you come to him freely. Pray, he'll help you and interact with you. If you do the things that he says in his gospel that you need to do, that the beatitudes outline, he will do all that. Woo. Takes it out. You forget how much energy it takes when you just have a bit less, a little bit less. You have a little bit less energy or whatnot. You see how much talking and doing them changes things, right? All right, we're going to go for a little walk to some nice views. Give me a moment. I just want to reactivate on this camera I don't want to see myself on the camera, so I'll be back in a moment. Hang on. Nah. I think we'll be alright. Must must have popped out of our pocket. Let's make sure this is back online. We'll jump back on that in just a moment. Let's check that's still working. Looks like it's still working. Okay. All right, we're back. Let me just check the chats and then we'll get a move on. We'll get back to our topic of conversation. Someone's mentioning in the chat Crowley. As above, so below doesn't come from Crowley at all. Crowley is a sort of satanic esotericist. This is the opposite of anything that we might talk about. And I wouldn't say that's necessarily the same thing as above, so below, no. But as above, so below isn't a principle that we... that is remember the Hermeticists of that time. I'm not talking about Crowley. Is just get rid of that name. He's a degenerate and a black occultist. The Emerald Table is something from Hermeticism. It doesn't mean they don't have... The Hermeticists had contact with the memory of what happened before the fall. They didn't have the contact with the Logos himself. But what the truth of as above, so below is for the miracle to happen, make below like above. Imitate Christ, really. But I wouldn't say that is at all what I don't think Jonathan Pageau would have said that. Because what earth as it is in heaven means is it doesn't happen here on earth as it does in heaven. What use would it be of asking for his will to be done and his kingdom to come if his will happened here? It means he's not omnipotent here unless we fulfill his requirement, which is to freely come into union with his will. As above, so below, I suppose you could say that is that, but it's not the same thing because they didn't have access to the Logos. They had the memory of it, not the living memory, the memory in the vital body from before the fall, which has the memory of the cosmos. That's why the principles are philosophical, not revelatory in Hermeticism. We can still appreciate it though, in that pre-Christian Hermeticism and in Plato, but that's why they're always abstracted. What is the good, as Plato says? It's an abstract category of the love. If he experienced the love of the personal God, he wouldn't be calling it the good, would he? He has the memory of these things in the vital body and abstracts from that the principles. At most, they achieve a kenosis, not a mystical intimate spiritual touch of potentiality that unfolds into the miraculous of the personal God, because it wasn't possible then, unless it was particular revelation of a chosen few to prepare the body so for everyone could have the master, access to the master. And so no, that means it's not done here as it is. We pray to him because he requires that we freely participate to intervene. Because why? Because of our freedom. We want it, we rebelled, and so yeah, Crowley is not any... The Emerald Tablet isn't Crowley. He might translate the text or something into English. But he's a black occultist. Let's go. Pray for him. But, yeah, he's a black occultist, man, like total degenerate. He wasn't wrong about everything, but
so wrong about so many things. Like reading Steiner is completely different. Steiner loves Christ, knows that Christ is the one God. All right, let's go. Oh, it is cooling down. I guess we could wear our jacket. We'll just go along for a while. Okay. Onward we go. Oh, that was refreshing, wasn't it, friends? Look at that, eh? Not so bad, even without the wide-angle lens. Maybe we can find a bin as we walk back. Off we go. And so, what were we talking about? We were talking about the blessed, becoming the Makaroi. I can't pronounce it properly. Becoming the blessed. What's the Greek word for blessed? Makarioi? Becoming the blessed. And you will possess the kingdom of heaven if you become poor in spirit, if you kenosis, if you become empty, but you can't do it on your own. The Lord is the master of death and life. He bloodlets you, right? Because his treatment for the world, as comes with Christianity, the cosmos isn't perfect, as the pagans thought, nor is it a cycle that will just come around again, as the enlightened pagans thought, nor is it something to flee, a tragedy to flee, like the Buddhists, like the enlightened humanists thought. And their treatment was to say it's sick, and so we'll leave it. Flee it. End the suffering. No, it's sick and we can treat it. Curative, because of the master. And so, some avatar would be someone who incarnates to liberate the good. Master didn't come to do that. He's not some lord of life. He's the master of death and life. To liberate? No. To transform, to cure, because he is the living God. How do we participate in that? Blessed are the poor in spirit. We have to empty ourselves of the riches that Satan promised, that we've, unbeknownst to us, even as Christians, unbeknownst to us, we've participated in. We've got to become poor, right? The master will help you. You can do this little by little. You can do this through, can you not watch with me for an hour? Can you not watch with him for an hour? Be like John, close to the master's heart. Pray to John. John has the ear of the master, St. John. Ask these saints to appeal to the master on your behalf. Ask the mother to appeal to the master on your behalf. He'll come. You've got to be patient, persevering, non-expectant, not trying to bring about the initiation yourself. Just doing. This is a new part of your life. Concentration without effort in prayer. It's a permanent feature of your life going forward. And we're just going to do, and the master will take care of the rest. We're just going to do, and the Master will take care of the rest. But you have to get into this mode of thinking though. Permanent feature of your life. This is what I am now. Doing these mystic practices. And you're going to need help in doing that. Because remember, you still have the impulses from this richness of the devil. And we're filled with it. The devil's right there. Lucifer and Satan are right there. Making suggestions and whatnot. So this is why you have the audiobooks, the Philokalia. It's why you're listening today, hopefully, and it helps with spiritual impulse. Might just walk down to the shore side so we can at least see a bit of what's going on. Oh yeah, it's not much, just a bit of water. You see that? Yeah. This might be more to see as we go on. People having barbies. Not so bad. Without the wide angle lens, looks all right. Okay, so and so we've been doing that. We start doing the concentration without effort in prayer, where we've got to understand the Lord is doing this self-emptying. We may notice over a long period of time a weakening of will, right? A weakening of, oh, it's harder to walk around. We become like the old hermit with his cane. Just a bit weaker of will, fluctuating, right? This is good. Naturally, if you're charged up with all the, and remember, you're just gently attending in your practice. You're gently attending, you concentrate without effort, gently attending and praying the Jesus prayer. You're doing nothing. And yet all these transformations then begin to occur, right? So the will, that's one thing you might notice. That's good. Because it's removing the things that used to push and charge you up. The desires that, you know, say someone used Jordan Peterson's self-offering. It's all charged up demons. We create these charged up goals. And we try to create a more charged up battery than the other desires we have so we can lose weight. We desire to eat foods. We charge up some other goal with vainglory. Okay, oh, I want this other thing. I want to be a big physicist. I want to be a psychologist like Jordan Peterson. Bless him. And so that vainglory, wanting the worldly thing, becomes more powerful in your goal-setting scheme. Now that, look, we can have goals in a Christian setting, but it has to be mastered by Christ. That's why, like I've said many times in the unseen warfare, the priests, and that's revised by St. Theophan the Recluse and St. Nicodemus. They talk of making no plans. That's why you're going through the initial stages, is because your goal system is charged up by these, like by these desires, let's say, by these vainglories, these passions that need to be dispassioned, that need to be transformed. And so later on, as I do, I'm consulting, asking Christ with everything. Should I do this? Should I do that? Is this plan good? Is this plan, is this what you want me to do? Right? And experiencing intuition, sometimes things spoken and thought when he wants to, more rarely. But impulses and intuition and conscience, which leads to a growing health, a constructive fruitfulness, which is part of our epistemic principle, as we talk about. To know spiritual experience is true. This is backed up by St. Peter of Damascus that says the same thing about bearing fruits over time to determine. It also says we have to evaluate and have to ask questions of this, or else the devil will be the person that leads us. So what we're doing aligns with what the saints of the Philokalia say. 2, And so we must act. Don't get me wrong. You will have plans. But the idea is you're releasing yourself of this both semi-conscious and unconscious value idea structure until it just becomes the goal is to get closer to Christ. And then he little by little, it's like weaning you off and on, you see, weaning you off and on. And then eventually, once you can consult him, then you can make a plan. And I kept wondering, like, why can't I plan anything? I just kept getting back that I shouldn't plan anything. That's why. You've got to get through this bleakness of all my plans have failed, all my desires have failed, and letting go of that for his plan for you. Like, you've got to go through this existential care, existential greyness, death, to be a blessed one, to be, you know, to experience being poor in spirit. You have to die existentially to your, even as a Christian, because you probably assigned your own vocation. Really. If you're not doing any of these practices, yeah, I would say you kind of need to just do the concentrate. Your goal becomes just, your only goal is, okay, it's theosis. I'm just trying to get to the point where I can discern divine will over a year and just let everything else go, let it all die. See where you are in a year. You still have to keep up your responsibilities though, don't get me wrong. You still have to make it fit in your what's going on. Make this your chief goal, but if you're enrolled in a university degree, you still have to finish that stuff. Like if you're at the end of a university degree, don't drop out. Finish it, but put the time aside. Claw the sacred space and the sacred time to be colonized by Christ. The room has to be made for him, then he colonizes you. And then one day, it's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me. And that's what we strive for. To be nothing but useless servants, and for Christ to live and act in us, thank God. And God's saints have gone before, who show what the possibilities are. And so who recognizes that, right? We're only on the first of the beatitudes here. Who recognizes that in this day and age? Well, the biggest problem for us is lukewarmness. It's the fake satisfaction, fake rectitude. I'm right, I'm a good person. You're not, we're not good people. You know, we are sinners. Got to get that through. We're sinners. Here we are, there's a bit of water. We're sinners. Oh, someone who's jet ski, eh? Look at that. Vroom, vroom. Yeah. Cool. And so, well, that's a golden light, isn't it? Look at that, eh? Oh, some sport day or something. It is a public holiday, but look at that light. Look at that light, friends. That's just golden. Golden. Let's continue. And so, then what's next? Yes, experiencing the need. It's difficult when you're in a life of comfort. But he takes your circumstances into account. Christ knows if you will these things. If you're from the West, takes it into account. like I said, leads you up slowly, gently. He's not a tyrant. He's not a cosmic tyrant. He loves you, but also wants the best for you. But he also knows all the details when your parents don't, where your brother don't, your wife doesn't know, you, or you, essentially, doesn't have all the details. He knows everything. What you could be, the best you could be, wants the best for you, and will guide you to it. It will guide you to it. But also knows how to help you properly value it. Like if things are just given, and they are freely given as gifts, but you have to ask for them, you have to want them, right? They're not forced upon you. That's why being one of the blessed isn't about fortune or misfortune, though he will provide for you. Certainly spiritually, but he will provide for you materially, but not to whatever you want, not to riches, but he'll provide for you. As he said, that's all you need though. The gifts are heavenly. Now, access, we become possessors of the kingdom of heaven. So look at, we've talked about this on several streams before, but it never gets fully unpacked. Of course, on this one sentence, Christ's word is the bread and fish. It's the bread of heaven. His word, in understanding the beatitudes, is a word that isn't a sheath word. It's not a word like we use words. It's a word, as St. Sophrony said this about Christ when he would say things to him, and I've experienced this too, when Christ has said certain things and it comes along with deeper levels of force, certainty, things that shudder your being. Emotively, more than just that though, movement. Essential word. His word could be concentrated the whole to the sound of one glorious trumpet, you could say. When word is talked about, what does Heidegger say? Language is the house of being. This is expanded by Valentin Tomberg too. The voice that whispers is the house of, he goes down the levels. Language is the house of, the law is the house of, the oral law is the house of the voice that whispers. The voice that whispers is the house of divine wisdom. Divine wisdom is the house of he who is, or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it goes. The point is though, the word, they were astonished by his doctrine. It's not it's not, the bread and fish are not, the fish grants a freedom of movement away from the archetypes of your vital body. Freedom, Christ grants freedom, of true freedom of choice for the vital body, and a strengthening of the physical body. The bread of heaven. And it's clean virginal Zoe. His word, he frees people, but you have to want it though. You have to choose him freely. You can't, like say you pray for someone, he's waiting for that moment where they freely say yes. It's all about, you can't, you do as many exorcisms as you want, but they have to freely start going to church, or the demons come back. And so, it's pretty, no? His word The Pharisees and the Sadducees, I don't know how to pronounce it, had the straw-splitting logic of a serpent. Also like the vitalists, their philosophy, their agility is like a serpent on the surface, whereas the fish granted by Christ in the vital body allows you to ascend on the vertical freely. The vitalists and their energy is only on the horizontal, just like the snake. It's just a souped up, roid rage snake on amphetamines, slithering on the surface with his philosophy and straw-splitting logic. So that's the opposite of the bread of heaven, and the fish is the snake and the stone of the Pharisees and the Satanized law and the Luciferianized feeling. So that's a horizontal vitalism that doesn't ascend into the vital body, it ascends upward on the vertical, but just moves around more here for low desires that it's enslaved to. And so that logic of the Pharisees also didn't enliven, but it crystallized the physical body. Oh, that's a fast bird. More people enjoying their day out on the public holiday. Yeah. I'll give you a little look at that, eh? It's pretty nice looking. And so we mustn't think it's a doctrine or a symbol that helps you get towards the divine on its own. It has relevance for both incarnated reality and is a deep, new earth. His word that was spoken then, remember, they were astonished, and it was with exousiai, with power. That means Christ's word carried the same power of the exousiai in the powers. The angeloi, the powers, right, that grant the breath of life. So too is that, of course, with Christ, is the living God. And so this word went all the way down through every deep level of the unconscious, was completely unfamiliar to the people at the time. It was not the spirit of the times, yet it was completely relevant to the spirit of the times in that it was related to incarnated life, because he was incarnated. So it goes all the way down it has relevance from the most intimate individual to the most universal at the same time. Yet it carries Christ himself. His word is available for everyone, and you make contact with it with the Gospels. But he's a cosmic being who will colonize you. He's the ultimate colonizer, right from outside time. We want Christian colonialism of our own being, basically. Probably shouldn't say that too loud around here. Of our own being. That's nice, isn't it? And so, yes, that's what we want. Because we are, we're sinful. Thank God we're more than we realize. Thank God we're nested in Him. But like I said, instead of fortunate or misfortunate based on the spirit of the times, and we can relate to this now, we're looking for something outside of this context, aren't we? Can't we get out of this hell world? Yes, it's actually pagan. The hell world is pagan. Yes, we can. Thank God there's a reference point. Like I said, I'm trying to give you a sense of the power of this word. It's a fundamental life being that can become your standing point, where your feet are, not here, where I jump up and down, but somewhere else. Can become the thing that holds you up, grants you forces, not just the stuff you eat or the knowledge you were reared on or the parents you were reared on, but there's another parent that's more essential outside time that can become a concrete reality that you stand on. What does that mean for that word to ingress into temporality? It means the destiny of mankind is changed forever from a new, why? Because it's from a new ground point where I'm standing, where my feet are. How is that? That's why the purification's required. That's why the people had to go into the desert, right? Because the impulses all come from this first beginning, from the fall. Why is that though? When we talk about destiny, what does that mean? Destiny is a destination based on what has been. I look at what has happened, where your forces come from, I can determine where you'll end up. The fall and your sin, heredity sin, the eternal recurrence of the same, which is the fake eternal, it's what it goes round and round and actually degenerates. These are the pagan archetypes, they persist. But the point is, when the ancients talked about fate, it's a destination based on the past. That's what all these forces are with AI. They're leading somewhere based on the past. That's destiny. Now, what's Christ? A new flowering, a new destination, because it's outside of time. That's what the unfolding of a new destiny from the Beatitudes, because they're standing on the future. Because Christ gives them a direction and impulses, grants His Holy Spirit, and these impulses all come from outside of temporality. They're free, right? They're new energies. Energy can be neither created nor destroyed, matter or energy, whatever. No, that's exactly what Christ does. He kills, and then He ingresses. He bloodlets, and then ingresses. And what's also bloodletting connected to? So do we get that? That He's the new ground. If you become poor, He will grant you His revelation, and that will not be of your past. He'll make a new being out of you, out of a future that He's always had for you. That's what you'll stand on, Him. Not things here, not your parents here, not anything else here, Him. And that's what He's always been, for you individually, but for everyone. It's why He incarnated. That's why He's the middle of time, because He's a new ground on which to stand your whole life and direction, not the past, not the things that have happened to you, not your previous experiences, not your memories that give form to your decisions about what your behavior is going to be. No, you're going to make judgments based on him now. Do you see? All your character, all your past, all your memories, these would be the things you'd normally rationalize with about how to make your decisions. Therefore, your destiny, your destination, would be based on that. That's the same for everyone. It's just so complex you don't notice it. But with Christ, he is the future. He's not from here. He's the creator. Yes, I mean, the creator withdrew, in a sense, for our freedom. If you freely come to him, he created all of it, of course. Yes, that's all true. But let's not go into it. It's complex. The point is, he is this new earth to stand on. This new thing that's not your past. This new, it's not your heredity. It's not your character. It's not your environment. It's something outside of all those things you can actually interact with. What is that? It's the future, and it actually happens to be Christ. But existentially, the human, through Christ, is able to communicate with that internally, is what I'm saying. So existentially, not only is the memory of the past, you can think about the past, can't you? What happened to me yesterday? Not only is that available, other things are available that Christ will grant you internally. Do you kind of see where we're going? That it can be an existential fact for you. Memory is an existential fact. You've got a faculty of memory. You can remember, you can think, you can train things to become stronger. But there's this other way where it's passive active, it's prayer, it's moral development, and he grants you things. This is a non-will to power way where you are active in your works, and he takes all those things into account in what he grants you based on that development. And every action you do in concentration without effort in prayer is a moral action. Passive active, participation. You don't bring it about. And you have to get that. He'll wait for you to understand that too. He'll show you it's him. But it should be coming through that that's what that means. That's what destiny means. A destination based on what is and what has been, past and present. The past persists and informs the present. What's missing from past and present? Future. What's the future though? Well, some projection, right? And that projection we have gives form to where we end up. Oh, actually there is you know how the past is available to us as memory? Actually the future is available to us as well. As, the present is available to us, right? We can access memory, that's available, but where's the future? Or a goal, projection, right? But is there a real future, a more concrete future that we can access existentially that's available to us? Yes. Yeah, there is. It's Christ, is that. It doesn't mean that you access it in the same way as you access memory, but he is that future. And he can grant you things of what that future will be, but that's all dependent on a long spiritual road. That's why the saints are able to know things that are to be, right? But I'm just saying, in a smaller way, you can access that future, and you can consult that future, and he'll show you that that's true over time. I have no idea where we're going now, actually. Where are we? Into the Tweety Birds. Where's our phone? There we are. Okay. And so, that ground on which we stand is first accessed after you become poor in spirit. You do that through concentration without effort in prayer, but you can make small steps with setting out the space, a little chapel prayer corner with your icons, little sacred space, opening up physical silence to set the stage for spiritual silence. Now, where are we? So David Bent says, thank you for the motivation. It comes from Christ, my friend. That's what I pray for. I pray for his spirit and impulses to go along with. And that mystery is, you know, that mystery of the word. The word is not just a proposition that comes out of a mouth. Like I said, it's primordial. It goes along with you, unseen. Especially when it comes to our collective knowing space is a mortal word. He's beneath, unseen. That. Oh, that smells like sewage. Ew. I don't know where we are. Let me have a look. And so we're only on the... Oh yeah, okay, well, still seems to be parkland. We'll take this down to... And then we'll walk along the other shore, right? Why not? It's only 4. We've got time. Okay. Ground on which to stand is he. I'm trying to get across that he's not some carpenter in a book. He was that, but also Son of Man and Son of God. But just like you have access to the present and the past and memory, so too existentially can you, in more limited ways, depending on your relationship with him, access him and spiritual impulses internally. Spiritual touch, intuition, inspiration, imagination, ultimately contemplation. The contemplation that the contemplatives talk of, hesychism, contemplation, begins with concentration without effort in the Jesus prayer. Look up hesychism, it's Eastern Orthodoxy. You know, this is a long nested tradition of that. St. Palamas talks about concentration. St. Palamas and St. Gregory of Sinai talk about grace in the breath too, as we've unpacked. It all unfolds out of that concentration. Do not neglect that part of it with the Jesus prayer. Like I said, I've got lectures on that. Go to the Substack. There is categories of lectures there on the Substack. And so, it's beautiful out here. Who would have thought? This is why you go to places that, these are just western suburbs. People ignore these places, right? Of Sydney, this is not a necessarily nice area, quote unquote, rich area, but it's got nice parks, right? And listen to those beautiful birds. Beacons. Let it be an impulse for you to start. And so that's what we've been talking about, setting aside the sacred, temporal, spatial zone of the morning. You can start with the church. Thank God the church already is that. And especially the monastery, but some monasteries actually aren't. As St. Paisios, when you pronounce it like a Greek does, it's harder to say. When St. Paisios talked of that, many monasteries being corrupted by the spirit of the times. Wow, look at this, hey, the beautiful lit, look at this. Love it. Perfect time of day. Talked of monasteries being attacked by the silence. They're trying to invade the silence. This is a physical space. First, it begins as physical, becomes psychological silence through our practice, then spiritual silence, pregnant like Mary, waiting for the revelation of He who is. And He comes. If you make yourself like that, let it be with me according to your word and will, Mary says. If you do this by practicing concentration without effort in prayer, every morning, diligently, it becomes a part of your life. You just say, it's just a part of my life now. I do this every morning. This is it now. I'm not trying to bring anything about. We do this in the morning. The saints all did this. The Master said, can you not watch with me for an hour? I'm doing this now. Scott said do it. What am I? I'm nothing. Useless servant. But the saints do. Valentin Tomberg, there's all the people attest to it. So you can just let it go and the devils will try to stop you, yes. You can let it go and do. It's now part of your life. And then stuff will begin to come about, my friends. Stuff will begin to come about. And everything you wanted, this ground on which to stand, this truth, is a personal, living God who reveals Himself to internal experience, and then eventually He'll show Himself to be external experience too, through, like I said, through miracles, through animals, wind, animals, birds. But mainly it's about love, right? In the heart, He enters your heart, He enters your physical being, He colonizes you. Thank God. This pagan being that we are, even as Christians, still converted in this secular paganism, have to be overcome. Slop, secular slop, pagan slop, heathen slop. We live in it. It's colonized us. There's no space for Christ. We say we're Christian, there's no space for Christ. Unless we do the concentration, we are holding open the space. Hold it open. Hold it open. You have to make space for Him. Be your brother's keeper, He becomes your keeper after that. In a sense. I mean, He doesn't need you to keep Him, but He needs you to keep the space open for Him. Because it has to be freely accepted by you. And so, wow, all that is just the first beatitude. My God. And so then you get on to the second beatitude. You started to overcome the slop. You've been doing the practices. Blessed are those who mourn. Thank God. Something's beginning to happen. We begin to mourn. The holy mourning. We're accepting the guilt, and it's becoming, the deep unconscious guilt is becoming clear. We're not lukewarm anymore. We've started to fast of things. The Lord's granting us forces, His forces of individual freedom. We're noticing spiritual phenomena, little by little, begin to mourn, almost of its own, but because we're confessing every day, right? This mourning just comes of its own, this holy mourning. Contrition, it's called. What is it, this mourning? Where does it come from? It just happens. Yes, we've confessed, but not exactly when we confess. It can be after we confess, at the end of a practice, or during the day. This mourning, this beautiful holy mourning comes. And then after the mourning, well, what is it? It's purification of the tradition. Purification, illumination, union. First comes the purification. Tears, as the saints say, the tears purify. Thank God, right? We mourn in a deeper level of being. Like I said, that's why you know it's spiritual, not psychological, because you've confessed in the morning, and then it's later in the day, or maybe it wasn't even that day, and this mourning comes about in the depth of your concentration without effort practice. And then after that mourning, if we attend to it, it happens while we're doing our concentration without effort practice as well, in the Jesus prayer, asking for His mercy. This is a mercy. He's bloodletting us. And then He grants comfort and divine things after the mourning. You'll notice, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Thank God we've got to the point where spiritual emptiness has become filled with inspiration. It's like a vacuum. Okay, where are we? Oh, okay, we could have gone further by the coast there. I didn't realise. Of the river. I guess we'll go this way. Just walk down this road, I guess, and turn left. Yeah, we could have stayed on the... I thought I took the wrong turn. It's a bit boring. We could have had the riverside for longer, but... Blessed are those who mourn. It's a bit industrial here. Might just pray the Jesus prayer for a while, as I've been talking non-stop. Why don't you join me just with the old speed of your automatic breath. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. So that's two in-breaths and two out-breaths, that is. Lord Jesus Christ in, Son of God out, have mercy upon me in, a sinner out. And you're not controlling the speed of your breath, you just let the speed of the prayer in your mind just be governed by your automatic breathing. And put your attention where your breathing is, where you can feel it, in the diaphragm or the surface of the skin near the belly, where the diaphragm is. Once we get to our final location, we're going to talk about St. Maximus, read from St. Maximus, the Confessor. Wonderful explanation of the meaning of the 6th, 7th and 8th days of creation, as well as the meaning for internal experience of Christ's entombment, and then various other things incredible from the Philokalia. 8 pages we have, so that'll take up the last hour of our program. Feel free to send through any links you want to talk about or anything you want me to talk about, and I'll get to them as I sit down. We'll probably pull up, somewhere here shortly. When do we begin? We begin at like 1, so by 5 we'll pull up somewhere. gonna get rid of this bottle. How you doing up there? You can see from the junk that's around that's a bit dodge area. Here we are. Take a left turn down here and then we'll be back on the riverside. So it's still working. Should be. Yeah, it is. Good. Just going to continue with the Jesus prayer for a bit longer, my friends, while we walk and recover my bit of my voice. Like I said, as we turn left here, we're going to find a nice spot by the river in the setting sun. And we're going to read St. Maximus, very insightful, incredible church father, incredible saint, contemplative, on the 6th, 7th and 8th days of creation and their meaning. And we'll see how that aligns with everything we talk about, as well as the spiritual meaning of what happens to us when we're entombed, what Jerusalem is in terms of the soul, and many other things. That will take about 40 minutes. And that'll bring us to an excellent conclusion today, which I think has been a good stream. I was able to talk most of it. Not even sure if we got to the... Oh shoot, we're quite a while away from the river. Gosh. Still a ways before we even get to the river. Well, we'll see. We'll see how we go. completely underestimated how far this was. But that is the bridge past the Shell station. Just gonna go get a drink from the servo first. I don't have my mount here today, so I can't mount it to my chest. I have to just hold it in my pocket. Just give me a moment. I'll be back with you in 2 seconds once I get one of these nice waters.
You lived through a fuel strike or what you you know. Sorry? Yeah, I know.
I'll take it 100.
See you guys.
I come here because of the money. So everywhere else is like $20 and
I just started, so
I'll check it. Next week they said it's going back up again, eh? The fuel. I might bring my other car here as well.
you walk those down.
I'll get a receipt for the next one. Thank you. See you.
How you going?
Anything else, brother?
Just that, thanks. Yeah. Thanks.
Vlogging?
Yeah, it's a live stream. It's not pointed at you. It's pointed back there. Thanks.
Where are you going? Like here? Or?
It's Christian live stream, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay. That's it.
I'll see you later.
Thank you.
All right, let's go. Across the bridge we go. In the twilight. There's a pleasant smell that reaches my nose. It's like a, I don't know. Might be those pink plants there. Let's see. Oh, we finally found a river. Let's get across it. Unless there's something better down there. Where they are. Honestly, I mean, this is a new country to me to discover. Not a place that anyone I know has ever come to. But certainly that river is beautiful. The George's River, King George's River. Here it is. See that? Yes, you can. The junk where those chaps are fishing. Much nicer the further you go back up that way. I didn't expect we'd have to be walking through this, of course, but who cares? It's nice down there, isn't it? You know, let's walk a bit further down. We'll find a nice view off this main road. Won't take too long. Okay. It's funny how quickly you can get off that noise and relief. No, sweet relief. Get off that road. And that's just the beginning, isn't it? It's that relief of, first begins the relief of psychological peace, where, yeah, the silence of the jackhammers and this is psychological peace. It's a prerequisite. That's why you could get some earplugs to do your concentration without effort in prayer, but or actually no, I'd call that a physical peace. Then you establish the psychological peace, and that's, the yogis get to the bottom of that, but they don't get to authentic spiritual divine peace. They do experience it is profound, the depth of the psychological body, the edge of the transcendent self, but it's not divine. It's not, and this difference is expanded by, oh wow, we're like not on the river here, like back on the main road again. What's going on? We'll find out in a moment. Hopefully it gets us a bit off it in a moment. But I was just going to make the point that the prerequisite is physical peace, and then you're attacked, and then psychological peace, and then you're, of course, this is when the devil sees what you're doing, tries to counter it, tries to get you to stop doing it, the practice itself. That's the thing he most wants you not to do, because it will lead you to Christ. And why I'm so adamant and expanding that it's the only way, and that you have to put all effort in to getting this hour down. There's a nice golf course over here, though. And so, and what's required for that, of course, is the sacred space. And then essentially what happens to you is, in that hour that you make sacred to be colonized by him, to be a space to be held open for a pregnant divine silence, which you're not familiar with. You will be, though. You're not familiar with that yet. The pregnant silence of Mary, of divine truth, ready for intuition, spiritual ingression, ready for inspiration, ready for potentiality that is the potentiality that is spiritual touch. Look at this beautiful light. And in that pregnant silence comes, like a trumpet on the morning, victory after an eternity of hell. The sweet sorrow, the sweet joy, the sorrow joy, heralded by the gospel. And the master comes. Subtle at first, but growing in his intensity based on your moral development. Does the master, the true father, true heredity, vertical heredity, come? That victory, that sweet, distant, yet most intimate, native wind, setting yet rising, death yet life, triumphant, eternally triumphant. That native breeze, can you hear it in the microphone, is now in that sunset hour. But with a smile, I will soon return. As the sun sets, I will soon return. And that's always true. In spiritual contraction and expansion, I will return. This God, this living God of love, divine love, not psychological love, not psychological antipathy and sympathy, divine love. And well, I'm not sure we'll get a walk a bit further. I'm not sure we'll get an opportunity to sit down here, but we'll see. Oh, this is a bit endless, isn't it? Well, look, this is what you get, friends. I was hoping to be able to stop by now, but we'll keep going. We'll see what time it is and where the sun is. by the time we sit down somewhere. There you go, there's a clear bit of the river. People fishing down there. See them there? Not much to see really. Let's keep walking. I'm sure there'll be somewhere to sit down in a moment. I suppose sunset is a time to think about the same silence we've been talking about, because the planet is or rather the sunset and the sunrise and evening are archetypes of the Master. Are archetypes of the Master. They express him. If you wanted to get a sense of an analogy, a psychological analogy, and I don't mean psychological in the modern sense, I mean psychological in the, well look, deeper levels of it where it's objective, not merely a subjective phenomenon. The psychological body is like a whirlpool in a wider psychological sphere of the macrocosm, unconscious domain. There you can get a sense of what at these times can someone who's not connected deeply with the Master get a sense of what it is to experience his sunrise and us. Guess that's a jogging area. George's River Golf Club. Or we might have someone to sit down over here. And then, well, we'll see how I feel. But I'm thinking we might bring it to a close because I'm running out of juice as we walk along here. Looks like some sort of park coming up. This looks like something. Looks like something. There we are. Opened up a bit. Alright, here we go. Oh, here we are. All right. Oops. Okay. Woo! All right. What time is it? Maybe we will do it. You can sit next to me there, friends. Not much to look at really, but I mean, I don't want to risk going any further, right? Do. Or maybe it would be better to be over here. Just look at me that way. Well, here we are. It's been a journey, I take. Whoa. Oh dear. Funny. I should have expected that. All right, my friends. We're going to bring it to a close, and I'll read. We'll do that St. Maximus next week. It's been a great day, though. I'll just have a look at the chats, and then we'll bring it to a close there. David Ben says, "You are stay hydrated, Scott, my friend." Yeah, I've got a drink here. Beautiful glistening of sun rays over there, Scott, says John Stubble. David Ben says, "You are inspirational, well done." It's, you know, it's all, I'm just a useless servant, my friend. And that's the way we want it. Because the more Christ does, the less we do. Self-reliance is an illusion. Thank you, John. Thank you, David. Friends, I'll see you next week. I mean, as you can tell, I can only do so much. I prayed on it, and I'm thinking the direction I'm getting is to bring it to a close. There's a Roman's deli just down here. I'm going to grab some food, get an Uber back to the station, but I'll be fresh, ready to talk next week at the same time. Don't know where we are, where we'll be, but we'll be talking on the Beatitudes again. Deeper on this issue. We'll probably get to the third Beatitude and expand the second more, and then do the fourth, fifth, and sixth. And so the Beatitudes will go for 2 more weeks, talking on that as we have reached a new beginning now. So please go to the lectures on substack.com or on my website, scottmanion.com/fellowship. You can join. There's a free option, and there's a whole breakdown of what to do, what the tentative first steps are. It's all centered around this practice of concentration without effort in prayer, with the Jesus prayer. Is how you escape the slop. Is how you become motivated by His ground for a new destiny. What does that mean? A new destination. He is the end point then. The future, the eschaton, the end of time. That's what we're after. So also look on Substack on the week before Pentecost, the Friday of Pentecost, Orthodox Pentecost. We will be going on a pilgrimage in Australia as well. Join the fellowship and you can join me. You can look at the past 2 pilgrimages we've gone on and see where we were, where we went. It was very meaningful last time going to St. George's Monastery. Feel free to join me for that Pentecost, and there'll be one more before our Christmas pilgrimage in Scotland. We're also going to visit in England before Scotland, the tomb of Saint Sophrony, who has sanctified England again with a new saint by being providentially entombed in Essex. Incredible. He knew when he was going to die, and he waited for it and waited for his tomb to be prepared, and then the master let him go. Incredible books by a monastic hesychast who saw the uncreated light in St. Sophrony. So also going to visit there, and Iona, and whatever else comes up that is providential for us to visit before Christmas. I'll speak to you soon. DM me anytime. There's Twitter, it's all available there. The information's all there. I'm going to pan off and I'll see you next week. God bless you, friends.